Edoras. That way.
I need your help, my friend. I need your help, my friend.
The Rohirrim have need of your services.
They do. Pick up the food. What food? I want food. I'm hungry. Oh, over here. She needs a sharp sword on her bed. Wouldn't that cut through the sheets? Yes, probably not if you don't move it. But I just put that food down. Of course it's untouched. I just put it down. Wow, she eats a lot. That seems a rather excessive amount of chicken and bread for one person.
What brings you to these lands? The Rohirrim will need your aid.
While the Lady Eowyn appears brave and cheerful, some who know her well grow concerned for her, for she does not eat or sleep, and a heavy gloom seems to have settled upon her since the departure of Theoden King.
Can I actually go on to follow on Eowyn and just like...
What brings you to these lands?
Oh, do I have to? Oh wow, that's...
Will you aid the Horse Lords?
I have need of your aid.
I am in need of your aid. You're having my aid. I don't need this though. He's quite an upgrade. Maybe it's no, because I lose a lot of crit and physical mastery and only really gain vitality in return. So no. I'm confused. How do I progress? Airwinds, come on. Oh, the lag is bad today. The lag is bad today. Where's my phone? Airwinds, run away. Okay. Let's, what does it say? Book 12, Chapter 5. What are we on? Book 12, Chapter 3. Alright, I think we're fine. We'll just go to Ardberg. Because she can't make a plan. Oh, there's quest. Ah, those quests always throw me. You're not real quests. Go away. In fact, I'm never gonna do them. So, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna block them from my account because I'm never buying a Rohan house because it is ugly. I mean, don't get me wrong. You may like them and buy one, and I think it's great. Personally, I think it's ugly. So, and if you ever want to do them, you can just delete the filter and then do them. So if you ever did want to buy I don't think it's a requirement for buying Rohan house anyway. I don't really understand how I start that though. I'm confused. Oh, outside. Yeah, I looked outside. She didn't load in. Maybe she's loaded in now. Okay, that was that wasn't a way. I just ran around in a circle. Okay, let's go this way. Check in her room. Okay, I have no idea. She left sword on her bed though, so. Oh, they still show up. It's lame.
I do not know if we will survive this onslaught.
Oh, I'm not fighting everyone. Go away. No, leave me alone. No, door. Door. Why you gotta prey on my downfall? Let's go this way. Let's grab some health from this guy. Thanks for the heal, bro. Hey, Nolnadis, how are you doing? I am stressed because I've got a load of angry men on horses trying to kill me. Could you all just leave me alone? I'm just a poor dwarf from a poor family, trying to make my way in the world of big Rohan. Big horse. Big horses. No, we're not going to Edoras. No, we're going to the Eastfold. I know I hate Mounted Combat, because look how far I aggroed these guys all the way at the top of the map, and they're still after me. I think they just really like the taste of Dwarf. Oh, I'm glad. Are you up to anything fun today? Nice. What are you up to? What are your plans? Oh, nice. Treebeard. Oh, that's the, yeah, that's the legendary server. Hmm? Oh, right. I was going to do that before. Skills, mounts, medium. Boop. Oh, orcs. At least I'm not mounted. No, but it is almost my highest level. It's just a character plan stream. What do you play? No, I'm dying apparently. Let's fix that with some beautiful gallant strike. I hope when they do the captain buff, I hope they fix blue, because I really like the gameplay of Captain Healing. It's just they're like really good group healers, like really good, but their ability to single target is nothing, like none. They have no like instant heal single targets. They've got words of courage that only single target heal, and it's heal over time. Well, they've got Inspire as well. I mean, it's kind of group wide, but again, heal over time. So what Captain Healing really needs is like a big single target heal, rather than a heal over time, like a direct heal. Because Rallying Cry's really got too long cooldown. Although it does heal quite a lot, it's got too long cooldown to really be... Why are we just searching wagons? They are. They are. Well, Red Captain. Thing is, it depends on your definition of good. Red Captain is as terrible as a red spec, but it's useful because it buffs and like debuffs. Blue is not that useful. It has some use in like in not so hard content. It's fine. I don't think anybody really uses it, but it is fine. But it's like, I'll give you an example. This is legitimate. You could go into like a raid as a red captain, literally just do your buffs and debuffs and put down your banner, and nobody would care. They wouldn't even notice that you weren't doing anything else. Like maybe a rallying cry every now and then. But it's like, that's the only reason people bring them. So I really feel like Captain needs more DPS. Although their burst is fine. So like for leveling, it's kind of deceptive because people watch me play and they're like, oh, Captain does fine damage. It's like, no, it's just that the way Captain is very bursty. So it's well suited to like leveling. Even then, it's nothing compared to like pretty much any other class. It's just okay. Well, yeah. So there's kind of a couple of reasons for that. One is the fact that their skills are melee rather than spells. Problem with tactical classes is well, be honest, can't say it, but the problem with tactical classes is that I always say this, like, why people should play like a melee as their first character, because all you need is a good weapon. That's it. You can literally just have a good weapon and you'll do fine damage, because your most of the damage comes from the weapon scaling. I wouldn't say that. That's going too far, but like that's at least while leveling when you don't have a lot of crit and stuff. Most of the damage comes from the base scaling. The problem with a tactical class is that they don't have anything like that until they get legendaries. All of their damage is just like an average of their whole gear, and so it's why leveling tactical class less so these days. Less so these days because I think all of the tactical classes have been revamped, like at least had extensive changes relatively recently. But it's why I kind of thought that they should start adding tactical damage rating to some like lower level items. But yeah, that's why generally you have an easier time before legendaries as a melee, just because all you need to do is get a good weapon. The rest of your gear can be absolutely crap, and you'll still do fine. Or a bow in the case of a ranger, a hunter. But I would have thought Guardian would do the best in that, simply because of their natural defenses, their ability to heal, and also although their ability to heal is nowhere near a captain's, but they have a lot more natural defense, and Red's very bursty. I should try that sometime. I don't know what I'd play. I could cheap out and just play a Lawmaster. I would say that would probably be the easiest. Because you can use food, so just get some pet food and... I don't know, Warden would also be a good choice. Maybe not though. Warden's heal scale weirdly. I don't think they would scale that well without gear. Though neither would a Captain's. The difference is that Captain gets from their legendary, they get tactical healing rating, whereas only Bjorning, Lawmaster, Minstrel and Captain get that. Whereas everybody else gets incoming healing rating, which is vastly inferior. So yeah, I would think Lawmaster would be the easiest. You'd have the problem at low levels that you do like no damage, but your pets would be okay. And you have staff strikes. Yeah, I think that's likely where I'd go as well. I think I could do it. 100% I think I could do it. I think my I don't know why I'm a skirmish right now. I think my skill would probably allow me to do it if it's possible, but I would get bored. Because the problem with the Captain is your damage is already pretty bad. Without gear, your damage would be so low. Like, so low. You'd be better off with a pure melee, I would think. Like Champion or Guardian. Even a Warden has half kind of tactical scaling stuff. Although I think most of it does scale with, except the bleeds, most of the light attacks do actually scale with weapon damage.
There is work to be done here.
Whereas Captains don't.
I do not believe you will find welcome here.
Guardian used to have some abilities that were tactical skills, but they all got changed into melee skills that they'd scale with. with stuff that increase melee damage, which has its positives and negatives. You can't block tactical skills, which was a big positive. But I was gonna say finesse doesn't work on them. You can resist them, but the resist rate is generally less than the combined block, parry, and evade rate. Especially on bosses.
There are so many things.
Although I think most like taunts and stuff are already pretty hard to resist. What other class do I think would be good? Bjorning? Bjorning I think probably would be my choice. Because it has a bit of everything. It's got a better DPS than the captains. It's tanky. It's got an incredible self-heal. Probably one of the strongest, like, non-healer self-heals in the game. Like, Hearten is an incredible heal. Even as a healer, it's a really strong skill. It's kind of like a heal over time that heals as much as a non-heal over time. But it's got 8 second cut. Yeah, I think Bjorning's the best choice for. That's what I'd pick if I was soloing Deadly Six. For the same reason, right? They've got good DPS. Their talents are kind of crappy. Like the red tree is kind of crappy, but you can go like red and blue and get like armor. I was going to show you, but this is Captain. Get like armor crush and stuff to increase your damage, which is really good. Or you can go into yellow and like buff up the bees, which is also a very good spell. The only thing I could see having problems with would be mounted combat, because although to be fair, on my champion I hated mounted combat so much I mostly just killed things with the bow, so I could probably just do that on a Bjorning. Right, what am I doing? Explore the Ardberg training hall. What's this? Mead hall. Training hall. Did I go in there? And that's what was that the class? Maybe I just not paying attention. What else? I think Burglar would be a bad choice. Burglar would probably be the worst choice. I actually think that would probably be the worst at doing a naked run. Because they'd end up relying quite a lot on their tricks, which they'd have no finesse, so... Yeah. What am I doing in here? Oh, the stable. Let's go to the stable. Brawler? Brawler I think would be a really good choice as well. Actually no, not for a naked run. Just for a Deadly Six run, I think Brawler would be a good choice. For just the same reasons Bjorning. They don't have the self-healing with Bjorning, but they're tanky, you know what I mean? They kind of hit all the same points. They're tanky, they do high burst damage. They've got a nice selection of like emergency buttons. That's actually, I would say, one thing that Bjorning lacks, funnily enough. Is
Look at this one, boys.
just in general, I think it lacks could you all stop attacking me, please? I'm trying to tell a story. That's true. That's true. And you have hiding in plain sight for that. See, that I think would be good for like a naked run with permadeath, because you could save with the reduced cooldown on like hiding in plain sight, especially if you put it in your legendary. You could probably get out of most situations without dying. Like other than like just straight up lag or something of that nature, I imagine you could. Do you know what's funny though? So I never use sneak on my burglar because I just don't enjoy that kind of gameplay, right? So, however, there are 2 times where that has come in incredibly handy, right? The first is Goblin Town. That place is a nightmare for every class except burglar because you can just sneak past all of it. It's not so much a nightmare because it's hard. It's a nightmare because there are so many quests that send you like to an area and back again, or to another area and back again. And in the meantime, everything's respawned. So you spend, 10 minutes killing to where you're going to go, and then you get there, and the stuff's respawned, and so that you have to go back. Burglar was a breeze through that, because they could just sneak around everywhere. The second time was this bit in Mirkwood. Where is it? Here? No. Yeah, the Morrowvale place. Like, that place can be a bit of a nightmare as well, for the same reason. You go back there like 3 times. But the burglar can just go in and just... sneakily pick up all the stuff. But I don't enjoy. In fact, Assassin's Creed, I really like Assassin's Creed games, but stealth becoming optional was like the best change for me. Now I just go on murderous rampages.
Succeeded. I'm surprised. and impressed.
And you know what's funny? What's funny is people always are like, assassins use stealth. It's like, no, real assassins just did blitz attacks. That was their tactic, was because it wasn't worth it for them. They had to make sure their target died more than they had to make sure they survived. And so for that, getting in quick, stabbing the dude and running away was usually the best tactic. Stealthing around, there's always a chance someone will see you and it gives them time like to get the target away. If you just wait until your target's somewhat exposed and just run in really fast and stab them, yeah, you might not get away, but that wasn't... The sort of fight that they were fighting wasn't really... I mean, most of them didn't survive anyway. But I've played a lot of Assassin's Creed. I'm really looking forward to the new one, actually. The one that's where he plays Loki, or the reincarnation of Loki. Spoiler. I'm gonna stop talking.
Our mission is dire. Our success depends upon our strength.
It does. Could you just... Do you know what? I really wish that LOTRO would show like quests. Oh, I keep coming in here. Would show quests on the like the maps that you could see where quests were. Like, do you know what I mean? Like on here, you could see like, oh, there's a big like silver circle. That's where a new quest is. I'd really like that. That would... Maybe they could do that for my birthday. It gives them 9 months. Have a baby in that time. I'm sure they can work out putting. Yeah, it really would. That would be such a great change. They could make it selectable, so if people didn't want that or whatever that. But to me personally, given that I enjoy questing more than anything else, it annoys me when it's like I have a plan. So like it's kind of hard to explain. I was trying to explain this in World of Warcraft the other day, but it's like I pick up quests and I see a glimpse of what I'm doing, and you'll see I open the map quite a lot. And in my head, I'm working out the best paths to do it, right? So like here it's like go that way and then towards the second thing. Yeah, exactly. And then if it's the sort, it's like I tell people about the experience disabler. If you can't see a use for it, then it's not for you. That's just the if you don't see why the experience disabler is useful, then it's just not an item for you, because it's one of those things for the people that would see a use. I personally would see a use to seeing quests like on the map that you haven't picked up. But if it's not something you can't, you know, listen to me talk, you can't think, well, I don't see how that'd be useful. That's fine. Just have them hide them, and then you don't have to worry about it. It doesn't affect your game. But to me personally, I know other people that enjoy questing, I wouldn't say it'd make the game easier or harder. It would just make it less frustrating to kind of have a plan and then suddenly come across 3 quests that kind of send you back the way you were going, because you could kind of plan your route as well. Like, do you know what I mean? You can see, oh, there's 3 quests here or whatever. There's not, but like 3 quests here, I'll just go that way and pick them up on the way. Yeah, I just think that would be a... EverQuest 2 did that. Like, they have that where you can... Not... I don't... Oh, maybe it is for the whole zone. Yeah, exactly. And I just think that would be a neat feature. And like I say, if people don't see a use for it, then like the experience table, and it's just not for them. But it wouldn't do any harm. But it is. It's annoying when you forget one quest, or when a city's quite big. Like Edoras is a good example, right? Edoras is so big that I could have quests here that I've not done, even though I've been around the city quite a few times, and I just don't know it. It's like, when do I stop going around the city looking for new quests? At what point do I just accept that there are no... Do you know what I mean? Alright, do I need to kill Sweathounds? No. I need to get swords. Alright. That quest, I think that quest down there is a quest that's just, yeah. This is a quest. I had to try and remember which quests are the ones, like, in the list with the colours. Which quests are the ones that, are just a 1 pickup, and which, what are you? Fellowship? I think not. Yep. Yeah, exactly. It's like you finish a quest and then more pop up. Especially in like Edoras, where you're helping people to escape. So yeah, I personally think that would be a useful feature. I think it'd be okay to have hidden quests as well, like as one-offs. If you wanted a quest to be hidden, so that people have to come across it, that's fine. It's like, you know, as a feature of that quest. But I think in general, we shouldn't really be hiding quests, given that it is a predominantly quest-based game. Like Final Fantasy 14 as well has it so you can just flat out see quests on the map. So you don't run into this problem. Because then what happens is you come back to the city at some point and find out there's a quest you didn't do. And you're now 10 levels too high. Right, what are we doing over here? We're looking for green. What's green? Forging ahead. Right, we're looking for orcs. There's an orc camp around here somewhere. I've only done this zone once before, so... Captain is really weird to play because if you're trying to play it like well, what you do is use Battle Shout and then you keep Battle Shout until either Shadow Element's ready or Battle Shout, and then you keep up both, and then use Devastating Blow. So like now I've got Battle Shout up, so then I use Devastating Blow, then I use Shadow's Lament. And now I have both Battle Readied and Battle Hardened. It's the worst, quite frankly, one of the worst class mechanics in the game. It's kind of a nice idea. I mean, the main problem is these stances give way too much stats. Like Battle Readied with melee gives 40% melee damage. The other one, Battle Hardened, I don't know how many buffs to, but it gives 30% crit damage. But it's such a bad class mechanic. Because having to keep up both is kind of frustrating to do. I mean, it's 100% not worth it while you're leveling. Because like Battle Hardened eventually gives like minus like 20% incoming damage and like plus 40% healing or something crazy. Like, so your aim is to keep both. It's just the damage of like Valendal is so bad. It's like it does less damage than improved Sure Strike. Which is why I don't use it. I usually just let the battle stances wear off. Plus Gallant Display of the short cooldown does a lot of damage. And heals me. What's going on here? No, we got enough orcs. To the next quest. Right, we'll head to Fenmarch to get... Oh, what's that quest? Okay, I'm okay with that, doing that later. We'll go to Fenmarch to get the horse plant since we're relatively close. I need to upload from Twitch to YouTube before they delete my videos, but it's a pain in the ass and nobody watches. But I don't want the videos to go away. It's kind of one of those weird like, and I would say nobody watches. They do get some views, but mostly I just don't want the videos to go away because I just don't want to. I just don't want them. So I made them. So.
These are
Oh, that would be
desperate
nice.
times for the Rohirrim.
I mean, I don't think any of them are really. I think YouTube's fine. I don't think any of them are really that. Because the problem is that if that's the case, my Twitch is going to get a bit overburdened. So uploading them to YouTube, which doesn't delete stuff, seemed a more. Although I got a copyright strike on YouTube, not a copyright strike, claim. My YouTube isn't monetized, so they didn't claim anything. But it's like it was for I was AFK in Dunlund, stood near a fire, and it was just fire and wind. That's all the sound was in game fire and wind, and some lady talking, like the NPC. That was it. That was, and I was like, and then the same thing happened, and again it was just me AFK next to a fire, and it's like, someone claims they own fire. I wonder though, right? So I was wondering this. I don't really have to worry too much about this on. See, that's what I'm wondering, right? Not that, because it was claiming it was a song, which it wasn't. But this is what I was wondering, right? So not so much on Twitch, because Twitch doesn't really work that way.
Our mission is
But what if SSG stole like wind and fire assets? The reason why it doesn't work that way, neither Twitch nor YouTube, is because it's like that guy's red. I keep coming to this stupid skirmish quest. Nobody likes you. I'll do you later.
The Rohirrim have need of your
Oh, I can't
services.
filter it. Okay, we'll just have to stop coming to this room. Yeah, what if somebody did, like, if, not so much SSG, because I imagine they pay for a library. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, they will have a library of sound effects for generic things like that. Almost all games do. Even for companies like Blizzard and Final Fantasy, it's far too much for them to actually go out and make all these sound effects themselves. So usually they'll just either buy or license a library or have a subscription. And it's just the way it works. But what happens if, like, a company did steal, like, assets, and then just by some sheer coincidence, the person that made it saw my video and reported it? Would I be on the hook then, or would it be the game company that was on the hook? Because, well, technically, yes, I was using their asset. I guess I'd be on the hook too, though, because it's like, yeah. I think the chance of that happening is quite low, though, because it'd be quite, even if you made like a fire sound, I'm sure that Cat, what are you doing? What are you even doing? I'm in the middle of a good thought, and now I've lost my train of thought. Yeah, I imagine even you wouldn't recognize it. But yeah, that's what I was wondering originally, was like, yeah, exactly, because here's the thing, even though I'm legally streaming the game, so, because otherwise you'd put the onus on, like, streamers and YouTube people and all the other platforms, I don't know, but I'm sure there's plenty, would then have to check out every sound effect in every game to make sure that they weren't stolen. And they will be stolen assets, 100% guaranteed. No, I don't think by big companies, because paying like a couple of dollars for a license for a sound effect versus potentially, what is it, like $10,000 per infraction for it? There's no way they'd steal them. It just wouldn't make sense. It'd cost them way more in the long run. But there must be indie games and stuff out there that just steal sound effects and. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, because otherwise what would happen is let's say like I'm playing, I don't know. Yeah, we'll just Lord of the Rings, and Lord of the Rings did steal the fire thing. It's like what exactly would they sue for? Because they didn't have a license with them. I didn't use it myself, so it's not like buying a license would have helped. Yeah. I would imagine they'll just go with the game studio. But yeah, no, they claimed it was a song, which was preposterous. But
Will you aid the Horse Lords?
building a barricade in front of the thing. I should probably go and get that. But yeah, that did lead me down that line of thing. They didn't. It was an automatic claim though, so no one's actually claimed that yet. Probably because it'd be ridiculous to try and claim that. But I did find that was funny. Oh yeah, there was another one on I think Twitch where it's just me talking about something. I think I was waiting for the game to load, so it was literally just my voice. Occasionally I'll like sing a line of a song or hum, and I at first expected it to be like something like that. Like maybe my singing's just that good. Yeah, my voice has been stolen and copyrighted. But it's like it's something funny actually because someone asked me the other day like there's an AI that can like mimic people's voices, and they were like, could you sue? I was like, no, because you don't own your voice. You own things that you produce with your voice, but you don't own the frequencies that you make when you speak, because that's all it is. It's just differing frequencies. In the same way that someone can't own a color. You can, you know what I mean? You can paint a picture and you own that, but you don't own the individual colors. So you own anything that you record that you say, but you don't own the sounds that you make in general. In the same way that you can't own an idea.
What brings you to these lands? Will you aid the horse lords?
Like, if you just had an idea, told your friend, and he went on to, like, let's say you had an idea for a book, and it was really good, and you told it to your friend, who maybe was a quicker writer than you or something, and he wrote the book, and it was massive success. There's nothing you can do about it. Unless you'd already started writing a book, but then you'd have to prove that he read it. I think if you had actually started writing it, I think you could at least claim against what you had already written. But yeah, it's just one of those things. That's why you shouldn't... Not that you shouldn't trust your friends. But it's probably a bad idea to go and tell the internet about your ideas before you've started to put them into...
Our mission is dire.
Reminds me of a story a few years ago. Someone stole the recipe to Coke and tried to sell it to Pepsi, and they just flat out called the police. It wasn't a strike, it was just a claim. And since my channel's not monetized, they couldn't take anything, so I just left it. Because it was, they wanted to be paid for that 3 seconds of...
There are so many things that need to be done.
If my channel had been monetized or something, I probably... No, I don't know. I can't imagine they'd get paid much for 3 seconds of a 4-hour video. But I probably would have put more effort in, but I thought, well, they can have the 3 seconds of nothing. I don't even know if they claimed it. I think it was automatic, so I didn't even think that the people that owned the copyright claimed it. I think it was just... Yeah. I've not actually checked since I've uploaded more to see if there's more. Let's have a look. Go on to YouTube. Switch from my private account. Or my personal account, I should say. YouTube Studio. Let's see. I doubt it. No, it doesn't look like it. Copyright. Nope, still just that one. And then the two on YouTube, on Twitch. Oh, actually, it seems like whoever had that one cancelled it. So I guess somebody did eventually get around to it and realise that it was just wind and fire. What's funny is the average watch time on my channel is about half an hour, which seems pretty good. Not that my things get masses of views, but 30 minutes of like a 4-hour video seems like, do you know what I mean? That seems like quite a good Especially since it's essentially me just playing the game and talking crap the whole time. Yep, let's go through. Oh, come on, door, please work. I'll just stand here and wait for it to work. I do. I usually whatever I'm playing. Recently, I've streamed mostly this. But I have streamed some World of Warcraft recently since I started like a week ago. What else have I streamed? I can't think. Let's have a look. Yeah, the last couple of weeks it has just been this in World of Warcraft. Oh, and some Star Wars: The Old Republic. I did that for a bit because there was a double XP event on. Oh yeah, and some Lego Star Wars. That was fun. I didn't do very well though, so I only did one of those. Yeah. I mean, I play pretty much anything. It's just finding stuff people want to watch. Otherwise, I just play it, well, not streaming. This door is still defeating me. Could you just go through, please? Go through. Maybe if I do a run up, like, boom. I'm being defeated by a door. Oh, it's an instance. I'm so stupid. Completely forgot I went into an instance. It's because I'm too busy talking. Okay.
Our mission is dire.
I'd like to say that doesn't happen often, but it really does. The problem is, like, I'll get to, it is! Our mission is dire! Hey, Vinicius.
There is no shortage of things that need doing in the Eastfold.
Stupid
There are
Eastfold.
so many things that need to be done. There are so many things that need to be done.
There are so many things that need to be done that he has to say it twice. Why is my cat guarding the door? He's a good little guard dog. Oh, he's not looking at the door. Oh well. How are you doing today? Let's go. We'll go and grab that. Wait, what quest is that one then? The road to Dunharrow. Oh, okay, I guess this is part of it. Yeah, no, they always just stand and guard the door. Sometimes they do it on the outside as well, which is even weirder. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Got lots of energy today. Boop. Let's go and get that thing before I forget. Another bug I wish they'd fix is the one where, like, sometimes if you're like, if you get aggro, like, or so much your pet gets aggro just as you're mounting up, but you still manage to mount up. When you dismount, your pet will just go charging after the last thing that it was attacking. Or like if you aggro something and then unaggro it and mount up. As soon as you dismount, your pet will just go charging off to Narnia. And then get despawned. And then you'll, 5 minutes later, when you notice your pet isn't there, you wonder where it's gone. That's usually where. It's just trying to attack something that's outside the leash range. But I like to imagine that they've gone off to find a better master than the dwarf. I should get a dwarf. I can't remember what that's called. Herald? Yeah, Herald. No, Lathbear, I don't need you. I need boars. In fact, I don't even need boars. I'm going to go get a crate. But we will kill any boars that we find. Do you play any other games? On Eldest? I'm going to call you Nell. I'm not very good at saying multi-syllable names fast. So everybody gets a shorter name if I deem it too long to say quickly. Like, I don't think I've ever tried to say Vinicius' full name. Actually, I think I did the first time. And I'm like, I'm just going to call you Vinicius, because I'm not saying all that. Half the stream would just be me saying his name. Also, I don't speak Portuguese, so I'm not even sure how you pronounce it. Oh, I really need to finish Wrath of the Righteous as well. I'm waiting for the they're adding a new class, which I really like. The what is it called? Like the guy that can like change his body parts. Like not like a shapeshifter, but like he can grow claws or he can like grow like goat legs. You know the one I mean? Ah, this is a raid. Gonna ask someone to come and help. No, no, this is it's fine. Yeah. I can't remember the name of the class, but it's like yeah, it can like grow like animal parts, I guess. Like a tail or like wings, like temporarily, or claws. Yeah. I thought it'd be really cool to make like a gnome one and just have like a little gnome that keeps growing animal body parts. I'm gonna Google it. Um, they're adding a new race as well, but I really can't remember. New race and class. I really wanted them to add goblins or like kobolds or some small. Where's Season 2? This is it. Shifter, that's it. Shifter. Yeah. Bolts your party with a reliable brawler capable of taking on the aspects of various wild beasts. Yes, they don't turn into animals, they just like grow animal parts. Like a tail or strong arms or something. So I think that looks really cool. Right, where's this? I actually go around to finishing. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. They haven't. I don't think they've really detailed that specifics yet. I know they're adding 3 more story DLCs that will be paid, I imagine. What's this quest? Oh, is that the Scion Cure? Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I think so too. But I don't know if the class is included in that or. But I thought I'd do a new playthrough with that. I actually played Wrath of the Righteous one on once on the stream right near the start, and no one knew what was going on. I actually, do you know what I started playing was Total War, Warhammer Total War 3. And, oh, I played a lot of Elden Ring as well on stream. Yeah, I used to play Lord of the Rings during the day and Warhammer Total War at night. But I don't think I was really good enough at Total War. Like, it's not like Lord of the Rings where people just want to come and chat. It's like people want you to be good at it, which I am not. I have fun, but I'm not good at it by any stretch of the imagination. This way. Right, let's kill a boar. Well, actually, I'm just gonna watch while somebody else kills a boar, but let's go! Oh, maybe I shouldn't pull aggro. Yay! Raid killed! Raid Shadow Legends. That'd be a good time to be sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. I better get crap. Boop! Oh, I actually got... Nah, that's not upgrade because it's tank armor. Oh yeah, the Yield Tree. I'm looking forward to Forspoken. I was thinking about buying that and playing it on stream. Yay! I still need to get a... I'm gonna... In the next few weeks, I'm gonna buy a webcam and also try and make my stream look a bit, like, more fancy pants. Though, to what degree that will end up happening... I mean, I will definitely buy a webcam. Well, I've got a haircut, because currently I look a bit like a monkey, because I've got so much hair on my head. It's funny. It makes my family laugh, because I don't have any hair anywhere else. I'm not a hairy person, but I have got so much... right-click the little picture and then rename. No, boy, don't attack me. I'm just explaining something. But I have got so much hair. And it's long and thick and...
We have tracked the orcs to the cave.
I usually don't bother, except on stream, because people find it funny.
Find the captive craftsman in time.
Well, that's not true, actually. I called my boars Miss Piggy for a while. You do the same thing with this. To rename your, like, cosmetic pets, you do this. Like, you write that. Hey, dead orcs. Oh, nice. You should call it Bill. Bill the pony. Hey, weirdos. Yep. Hey, Nona. Corridon. It's been a while since we quested together. Let's do some murder. Yeah. I used a cat on my burglar, which at least the cats are quite stealthy. I don't think anybody would really pay attention to just a cat wandering around, but a pony the orcs would probably want to eat. These guys have like got a real thing about bones. Look how many bones they're wearing. They got bones on the everything. Oh, nice. I don't really enjoy Mirkwood that much, to be honest. I've heard Northern Mirkwood is a lot better. Southern Mirkwood, to me, one, the deeds suck, because there aren't that many of them. Two, the area's got way too many enemies, and so you end up having to kill 30 things just to pick up an item, which is frustrating. And three, I had to remember there when I was doing numbers or letters. That was stupid. And three, I feel like it yeah, exactly, when after you've been in Moria for like 10 15 levels, you then go and do a little bit outside, then you go back into the dark, and it's like, oh, I just go to an Edway. I usually do Mirkwood to get the 3 quest deeds done because it's easy virtue XP, and then I usually just go to an Edway, which is I much prefer, and it puts you in the right place to start done. So it's like benefits all around. By the way, there is a chance this stream will be split into 2 because my friend is taking me shopping, but she's currently at the vet with her dog and she doesn't know how long it's going to take. So hopefully it'll take long enough to have a regular stream, but if not, I will be away and come back. And you will just have to not miss me too much. I'm going to be streaming World of Warcraft with a friend tonight. Yeah, I have to be honest. Half the game seems to have a massive boner about hunters, but I just don't understand it. It's such a dull class to play, and yeah, they've got good damage, but that's it. That's really all they've got going for them. And it's like, you know, there are more interesting classes to play. Champion, for example, okay, it doesn't do anywhere near as much damage as a hunter, but it's like there are more interesting classes to play. If you never play a DPS Guardian, try it sometime. It is such a fun DPS spec. Genuinely, like that's genuine advice. Yeah. No, but that's what I mean. It's like half the game. It seems to love hunters, like to the point of it's like the best class. And I hate it when people recommend hunters to new players because there's like people should pick what they want. Every class is viable. Hunter doesn't really have any benefits or penalties over any other class. Like, yeah, okay, if you're someone like there's some people that watch my stream that aren't as like what's the word? I don't want to be mean, but you know what I mean. Like, then maybe not as confident at the game as I am. They like to have heals and stuff, and I think that's good. Like, I like to play characters that can heal as well. Like, my characters in World of Warcraft are a Shadow Priest, a Monk, a Shaman, and a Paladin. So, I really like melee characters that can heal. But, I'd make a druid as soon as me and my friend unlock the dinosaur druids, or the dinosaur trolls. Yeah, I do too. I do too. I mean, as you can probably tell by my Twitch name, I really like paladins. It's like my favorite class in every game. DDO, I have played a paladin so many times. I joined the player council in DDO, and they were revamping paladin at the time, and they were on their application. They were like, they do like a test essay question on. Usually it's on how to change something, how to fix something. Mine was, they asked me what I would do to make Arcane Archer better. But it's like, they were like, what's your speciality? I was like, I know everything about like paladins and clerics and divines. Just everything. Just, you can ask me any question. I could tell you all the paladin spells in the game. Like, I've played paladin so much.
Our mission is dire.
Yeah, I enjoyed Champion way more than I thought, funnily enough. Like, genuinely, I enjoyed it more than I thought. I only really made it because they could be hobbits, and I was like, well, I love hobbits. And I haven't really played a Champion. So now the only class I haven't really played is Lawmaster and Hunter. Lawmaster I did make one, but I haven't, he's just still level 1 in the intro. Yeah, I don't like mages, like, at all. Runekeeper's kind of weird, because Runekeeper, it is like a mage type, but it doesn't feel like one. It feels more like a hunter in other games, and a hunter feels more like a mage. Because hunters have got cast times, and like, if you're blue, you can cast while moving, but generally, like, low mobility in combat, you've got a limited amount of attacks you can use while moving, unless you're blue. But like, Runekeeper's like a lot more mobile, like yellow Runekeeper. And so I actually think that Yellow Runekeeper feels a lot more like a Warcraft Hunter or a EverQuest Ranger or, you know, these other, like, traditional archers than Hunter does. Hunter feels more like a mage. Because a lot of it's planting yourself down and just hitting attacks. Doing big damage but not really bringing much else to the table. Which is something I hope they change. I hope they get away from classes having 3 DPS specs, because that seems ridiculous. I always thought a cool, like, they could add another role, which is like a sub healer. They could have like, it could have been like yellow minstrel, one of the Lawmaster specs, yellow hunter, and it's like, it could have been like herbalist healing. And it's like, you are a DPS, you do less DPS than a DPS, and you do less healing than a healer, but you do more healing than a DPS and more DPS than a healer. So it's like, kind of in the middle spec kind of thing, where you specialize mostly on just group healing while doing damage. I thought that would be quite a cool thing, because that's sort of what Bjorni and Captain do. What am I looking for here? I'm killing boss. It looks like Warden and Captain are next for revamps, so I guess we'll see. Warden is, I would say, overall the worst class in the game. Not because it's bad, like Red Warden's good, but just because it has the least amount of it's got the least builds, it's got the least specs that are playable. Like, it's just, yeah. Every other class has at least 2 working specs, like as in full working, play it as it is kind of specs. I guess you could argue with Hunter only one's really raid worthy, which would be the Red Tree. But at least blue does work for its purpose. And the same with like Yellow Guardian is quite limited use, but it does serve a purpose, like. Yeah, it's annoying to switch them. Do you know what's also annoying? Look how many boxes I've got now. 411 to open. And I have to accept all these as well. I started and then got bored after like 5. 6. Yeah. And like Lawmaster as well. Actually, yeah. Well, I guess you could argue Lawmaster's got 2 specs, because red isn't used much because yellow Lawmaster's good, but red isn't bad, it's just yellow is better. So, I guess you could argue they've got 2. I personally like blue, but I wonder if there's any class with 3 working specs. Technically speaking, all 3 Bjorning specs work. They're not necessarily the best, but they all at least play pretty well. Trying to think. Burglar's got 2. I mean, in terms of all, yeah. I guess arguably Brawler and Minstrel both got 2 perfectly viable specs, so. And then, yeah, so I guess those. But I think maybe Bjorning's the only one where all 3 specs are kind of, like, playable for what they are. Because, like, yeah. But it's still good. The stuff you get in there is still excellent. I don't, like. Yeah, yeah. But the problem with Blue Warden is that they've been working The problem with Blue Warden isn't that it's bad in itself. Like, as a tank, it's fine. The problem is that block, evade, and parry. Two things are the problem. One is that it's pretty easy. Like, at the start of an expansion, Warden's usually quite good because it's harder to get capped avoidance. Whereas Warden can do it quite easily through buffs. The problem is that as the expansion goes on, and all tanks have the same caps on these things. The problem is that Warden's amazing ability to avoid is kind of mooted by the fact that everybody else can kind of cap that too. The second problem is that a lot of bosses have attacks that just simply cannot be blocked, parry, and avoided. They always hit. And the problem with that is that Warden flat out takes less damage. They either need to give Warden heavy armor, which wouldn't really make much sense, but would kind of alleviate the problem, or just give Blue Warden like a specialization buff that gives them like 30% uncontested damage reduction, or whatever the difference is between medium and heavy. I think it's 30%, maybe it's 20%, maybe it's 40 and yeah, I think it might be 40 and 60. So anyway, yeah, just give them like unmitigated or uncontested mitigations in that way. I'm not going in there again. Oh no, this please. Nope, not going in there again. It's not really, but it's the same with Blue Beyonding. It's not that Blue Beyonding's bad, it's just it doesn't fit very well with the current meta. The other option is simply, which would fix both of those two, would be to just stop having unavoidable hits. People will claim like Beyonding is the lack of a shield, but Brawler does fine without shield, and also Beyonding can block with while dual wielding, and also can cap block, so the shield doesn't offer anything else. And it can cap armor, so the shield just acts as a stat thing at that point. Arguably, while leveling, when it's harder to cap these things, it offers more of a bonus, but at max level, I don't think Blue Beyondings. But it depends what you're talking about as well, because if you're talking about like easier content, then most specs are viable. Like, it's, but for the upper meta, the number of viable specs are quite narrow. To the point of, I think maybe most prices only have one. Trying to think. I don't know about burglars now since the changes, but most I guess Captain has red or yellow. All like Runekeeper has obviously healing or. Usually they've got a viable damage spec. I don't know about Minstrel now, but their damage seems pretty fine. I mean, the problem that, like, if I'm honest, the Minstrel has with DPS now is that the community is very slow to change. Minstrel DPS could be the best in the game, and I still think it would take people time to adapt to Minstrel being a DPS. Because they'll claim like, oh, Minstrel's a healer. And I have two things to say to that. The first one is that giving them the ability to do good DPS doesn't stop them from being a healer, and giving them bad DPS doesn't make them better at healing. They can both be a great healer and a great DPS, and people can just play what they want. The second thing is that on the character creation screen for Captain, it says that they are a healer that can do, can still do comparable DPS. Well, neither of those things are true. So, you know, roles change over time. In fact, for most of the game, captains were healers mostly. Or like DPS buffers. That was pretty much, and it was really only until the new trait system that they stopped healing because it wasn't that great. And even now they're pretty good at group healing, just not, yeah, nothing hard. That's the problem. The healing, I mean, one of the problems is that this is terrible. Giving a healer, like a healer only, an ability that, I mean, this is terrible as well, but giving a healer an ability that's percent of health is such a weird choice. Like, that, if you give that to a tank, that would be fine, but giving it to a healer is weird. Because even Rallying Cry heals for more than, what would that be, like 5 times 4, so like 20%? Rallying Cry heals for more than 30% in this instant heal. What am I putting points to do this? Back into red. But I'm interested to see what they do with the Warden and Captain revamps. I mean, Captain will get more DPS, 100%. I'm telling you now. They will. There's really no justification for not now. They won't be a DPS because their ability to put DPS in the group is it would make them overpowered. But there are enough limits on like Captain's abilities, I feel now, that I mean realistically if you wanted to do that you could just make it so that like using like Oathbreaker's Shame, either give it a bigger cooldown or less duration or to account for the more captains in a raid, but I just don't think it'll go that way because even with more DPS, Captain, there's still going to be very little benefit to bringing like too many of them. I mean, my solution to the Captain problem is just simply make like change the like add like a thing here that's like gives you a stance which increases your damage but at the cost of healing, and then give the healer one a stance which increases their healing by a lot. But while also reducing their damage. That way, you can get over the fact that actually Red Captain, like this spec for Captain, is actually pretty good at healing as well. You can get over that while also allowing the Captain to perform well as a DPS and then not affect soloing because you can just not use the stance. And just make it impossible to switch stance in combat. You can deactivate stance in combat but not reactivate it. There you go, that would fix the problem. Oh, a sort of side thing I would say as well is they need to make it so that you can just choose the buff that you get. Either that or just flat out make all the buffs the this one, the Relentless Attack, because that's all anybody ever wants. Even as a healer, I just want the 5% outgoing healing. Do I even need to kill these? No. I'm going to kill this guy for good measure. That's my solutions anyway. Obviously, I'm not a game designer, so... I mean, Blue Captain would take more to heal than just the stance, because it's not even a case of amount of heals, or the amount that it heals. It's a case of a lot of bad traits, combined with the fact that Captain misses some quite fundamental skills, like a big, slow, direct heal, which every other healer has. It made sense for Captain to be this way when it was like a support of a group, so the healing was more on top of what a healer could do. But if you want to turn... When they turned Blue Captain into like a full healing spec, they kind of forgot that Captain lacks like a direct group heal, a direct... I mean, I guess you could argue Rallying Cry is a direct group heal. But, yeah. I mean, another thing I think they could put into this is just make it so Rallying... put it down near the bottom, is just Rallying Cry is always... They could just tack it onto like this Rally Raw. Rank 6, Rallying Cry always considers it has a defeat event. Although I don't think getting defeat events is that big a issue. Since you're critting quite a lot. But yeah, it's more of a mechanics problem with Blue. Whereas with Red, other than I think do you know what? I'm going to keep coming to this skirmish hole another 50 times, and then I'll finally remember not to go there. But I could just do the quest, I guess. Shall we just do the quest real quick so I stop doing it? Nah. I can't really speak about the classics. I haven't played them enough. Like, Minstrel I played a lot, but I think they did a fine job. Was going down to 2 trees what I would have done? No. But did they do a good job with what they did? Yeah. I don't think it was a solution, but I think the solution was just to come up with more diverse trees. I think that's the solution to the problem that this game has. For example, everybody likes rangers. Why not make Yellow Hunter just a flat-out melee tree? Just flat-out melee. Like, as in, like, you change most of the attacks. You get a stance that's like, you know, I don't know, Wayfinder stance. And it literally just turns, like, quick shots into quick slash. It turns penetrating shot into penetrating slash. You give a couple of bow attacks just because, you know, Aragorn does occasionally pull out a bow. But, yeah, that's... maybe you could give them, like, the first specialization could be you can now use two-handed weapons as a hunter. Like, there you go. There's a nice diverse spec that doesn't revolve removing anything. Minstrel, you could have done something similar, right? You could have made it so it's like Minor Ballad becomes like, you know, Songblade, and you hit things with it. Do you know what I mean? There's lots of ways they could change specs to be Brawler. I will agree. There isn't really any other specs they could do other than doing like a champion and splitting like single target and AoE. I can't really think of any other specs they could have given to the Brawler. It would make no sense if they're a healer, and you know they kind of already have some support elements anyway. So I actually think it worked quite well with that. How they're going to handle like captains and Bjornings that have 3 very different specs, like unrelated specs, I don't know. I suspect they won't go down to 3.
There are so many things.
Otherwise, what would you remove?
There are so many things that need to be done.
Like, I guess Bjorning, you could argue maybe blue? They're not going to lose red spec from anyone, but like blue maybe? People do play it though. I mean, the only thing I think Bjorning needs is a AoE, like a more consistent AoE in bear form. Oh, I'm on chapter 5 now, so I need to not do that until I finish those. Captain, I have no idea, because the problem is if you remove blue, then you remove the most iconic thing about Captain, which is that they can heal people, and like they're like a battle healer. But yellow and red are both... Well, they're not going to remove red because they're not going to remove DPS spec. And have no DPS spec, that'd be ridiculous. And yellow is quite well played, so... I'm not so sure on that. The other problem is that it's not like they're removing the specs, they're just making them not specs. And being able to take, like... I guess you can already take a lot of the blue stuff as a red captain, but being able to get down to, like, near the bottom and get, like, not so much that, but, like, some of this stuff as a... I don't know. Maybe that would be problematic. But smarter people than me have to work that out, not me. I guess arguably that's one way you could do it. Yeah. Some stuff could definitely go into passive to captain. The banners, for example, just pick the banner you want. Marks, just pick the mark you want. Like, I mean, I think most captains have both of these just because they're useful, but... I have to say, I don't really use the healing mark that much just because, as you've seen, I'm kind of bursty, so nothing really lasts long enough where I really feel like I don't have enough healing. But it's still a good mark. I mean, what I could see them doing with Captain is removing yellow. Because the thing is that removing healer would remove a quarter of the healers. But remove it, like, they could afford to lose a tank, and it'll annoy people. But let's say they did that, right? Just for argument's sake. They could then remove most of the support stuff, like the increased buffs and stuff, and things like that, from blue and red, and then they could make blue like a real healer spec, and they could make red a real DPS spec. That I would say if that's what they should do if they're going to remove a spec. I don't think they're going to though. I think it would annoy people no matter what they removed. So I think maybe we'll just get a revamp of the trees. People say, oh, Captain healing's bad, they should remove that. It's like, well, that's a reason to buff it, not really a reason to get rid of it. Right, what are we doing? Killing more orcs. Like, it's not irredeemable as a spec. It wouldn't even be a huge amount of work as a spec, which is why it's bizarre they haven't done anything with it so far. Like, instead of making those ridiculous changes to Lawmaster, instead, why not just make some changes to Blue Captain? Like, it's been ages since Blue Captain got anything other than literal bug fixes. Oh yeah, got to do combat. Back we go. But it's so like blue. Lawmaster, it's been a while since they got anything. I mean, they got revamped not that, like, a few years ago, but it's been a while since they got any kind of balance changes. But actually, I think blue, Lawmaster would be 100% better if the pets just scaled better. I think that would literally just make the spec. Because the spec itself isn't bad, it's just that the pet scales so badly, it just doesn't really help. The whole tree basically gets Lawmaster pet to what they should be by default. But that's a problem with scaling more than... But I'm sure they've got some useless crap in there. Hmm. But like a popular build is like red and blue, so it is possible to just make blue spec a non-specialization, and then you wouldn't really lose much.
Things that need doing in the Eastfold.
You probably gain because there's a lot of crappy stuff in blue.
There is no shortage
Denmark.
of things that need doing in the Eastfold.
Well, where was Gondor when the Westfold fell? I asked the chatbot that. They gave me a very long answer. Is this still the skirmish thing? Yeah, okay.
I am afraid of what is happening.
But I think with the minstrel changes, I think they did fine with what they did. I don't think it was the right solution, but it was an easier solution than my solution. I guess I've got to... Gonna grab a drink real quick. Back. What's everyone up to anyway? They don't have any stories to tell or adventures to share. Maybe someone's got a good joke. Do. Okay. On with the show. Good ones, Aragorn. Oh crap, I was supposed to actually travel to Fenmarch. Thanks. Okay, I'm going shopping tomorrow now, so we're good. They actually wanted me to run here rather than just take the horse, which seems weird, but let's go. It's really cold. It makes it hard to drink.
Our mission is dire. Will you aid the Rohirrim?
Nice. Cutting down the orcs.
Horse Lords. What business have you, the Rohirrim? The Rohirrim have need of your services.
I thought I'd get. Oh, I thought I had more energy, but I still can't stop yawning and stretching. Oh, I think I might be dying. Is tiredness a symptom of dying? Probably not. I think not waking up is probably a symptom of dying. Any doctors around? Although I do have a really bad kidney infection, so I'm assuming it's just that. What am I doing? Travelling to Penmarch.
The Rohirrim will need your aid. We must turn to the offensive. I do not understand why we delay here.
Hey, friend.
What business have you with the Rohirrim?
No one's saying our mission is dire, Vinicius. Maybe it's not dire today. Maybe it's like, oh, actually, we're feeling pretty good about the mission. But I'm not. I think the mission is dire. I should make that an emote, but what would the emote be?
I do not believe you will find welcome here. We stand in silence while the storm of Isengard grows stronger.
Our mission is dire. The Rohirrim will need your aid.
Yeah, we have to go and find someone that's going to say it to me. Not him. He's got his own voice. It's what the random losery people say. And I can say they're losers because they all just stand around moping and saying our mission is dire. No, it's fine. Let's find one. Then Vinicius will be happy. Leave me. I don't know if you can help me. I got pretty good at that one. What's the other one as well?
Our mission is done.
Yeah, he said the thing.
Will you aid the Rohirrim?
Alright, he said it. How rude. Oh yeah, that's the Hobbit one. There's also, what is it? Can't you leave me to... No, we've already done that one. What's the other one? Yeah, why are you bothering me? No, I was thinking of the Hobbit one. There's the Hobbit one is how rude, but what's the other one? Do you need something? That's it. Do you need something? It's like, no, but you clearly do, because you got a quest. Some of these don't really... How can I help? Yeah. Some of these don't really make sense, right? It's like, I don't know if you can help me. If in real life, right, you saw someone that looked like they were in trouble, like, you know, they were sitting on a bench looking a bit sad, right? And you walked up to them and they looked at you dead in the eye and said, I don't know if you can help me. I think most people are like, all right, then F off and just walk away. Like, why are you bothering me then?
What business have you with the Rohirrim?
Or like, you know, you sort of flag someone down saying, hey, there's orcs burning my farm down. But they go, do you need something? It's like, no, but, you know, burning house behind you. Clearly you do. Talking of buttons, there really should be ways to disable those because genuinely it gets kind of annoying. Especially like today where I do like a big session, like a long session. The 4 voice lines for each zone kind of get old quickly. Do I need to kill slugs? I know there's a quest here somewhere to kill slugs. This is to kill boars. There's one. Hadat Emiru! Oh yeah, how much does that hit for now? That's pretty good actually. 2.7 to 3.8 light damage. Muabuz. This zone has the worst, or West Rohan has the worst instance, like the story instance. It's a session play that's mounted combat. It's like just the 2 worst things in the game smushed together. There's one. Who is it? There's like a named NPC, like they're all named NPCs, but there's like an NPC that's got his own voice lines, and he's like, "Ah, you startled me." But who is that? Ah, I don't even remember what expansion it's from. It's like a Hobbit. I know it's a Hobbit. Maybe it's the new expansion, like the Hobbits in the new expansion. Oh no, I know who it is. It's one of the in Yondershire. It's one of the Boffin like Bingo's cousins. Because there's also I think it's Dinadas. Could a boar respawn, please? There's only 3, and the quest is to kill 4, which is very suspect. There's one. Nope, that's just a. I mean, that does look like a boar, but it is just not branches, a bush. Boars, come on! How long does it take to make a boar? How long do boars take to give birth? Someone Google that for me, because it can't be more than about 5 minutes. Now I'm just jumping around looking for a single boar, because all my other quests need turning in, or going somewhere else, or kill a random slug. This looks more like a caterpillar. Could we have more? I think maybe the slugs and the boars share a thing, because I'm pretty sure there was a boar here last time. Let's kill the slugs. Burst, boost. Gotta go grab another drink. I drank that one very quickly, while the boars decide to give birth. Oh, I can't kill piglets. They're not real! Circuit. Come on, get yourself together. They're not real. Hopefully. There's a boar. There's a slug. Come on. It's weird that this is the only area for boars. There's another slug. There's a boar. There must be a boar because the slugs aren't aggro. Get in. I always think that's the most British, what's the word, like ejaculation, like get in. I don't know why we say it. I don't even know what it means. In fact, I don't even think I've ever said it before. I'm not really sure why I said it then. My excitement cannot be contained by the usual use of the English language.
Will you aid the Horse Lords? The Rohirrim have need of your services.
What brings you to these lands?
Oh my god,
The
I
Rohirrim
thought we
have
were
need of
done!
your
I thought we were
services.
like getting towards the end of this area, because like, I was just doing one quest at a time. That legitimately looked like I knew where that ring was and just went straight to it, but I didn't. I just found it because I was going towards the building. I should have just taken the win.
We keep safe these lands. For how long? I do not understand why we delay here. We must turn to the offensive.
Following a lead. Maybe this is why there were no boars, because they killed them all. Oh crap, I'm dying. Yep, there's definitely a dire need. Boo! Gazard!
believe you will find welcome here.
Not.
Stand
Find
in
Meredith.
silence while the storm
Sorry, your
under the
name,
guard grows
Meredith.
stronger.
I've heard of Meredith and Maribeth, but never Meredith. I guess they're running out of names at this point. There's so many people.
What business have you with the Rohirrim?
Oh, it's a flower. Okay, I guess it's more this way. More this way, friends. I'm doing all the murder. For you guys. I do it for you. And the XP, and the money, and to make my character better. But mostly for you guys.
Will you aid the Horse Lords? The Rohirrim have need of your services.
Where am I going now? Aren't I done? Travel to Beacon Watch. Where's Beacon? Oh, there. Okay. I am done. Hey, Beacon Watch. Do you have any bacon?
These are desperate times for the Rohirrim.
The Rohirrim. Mergith, I found you!
What
You are a
brings
real
to these
person,
lands?
not a
Will
flower.
you aid the Rohirrim?
We keep safe these lands.
Back to
How
Mergith.
long?
Let's go!
Our mission is dire. The Rohirrim have need of your services.
Oh no! Oh no, friends! No, it's happening! It's happening! Vinicius, save me! My mission is dire!
Merigith, daughter of the Thane of Fenmarch, retells the story of King Folka the Hunter and the Boar of Everholt. This tale of bravery and vengeance may illuminate details of history that were lost.
Wow, that's okay. This one isn't too bad. This isn't the horse one. Okay, let's go north. Let's go to the north. This guy can smell musk, boar musk. That's why is he not wearing a shirt? Oh. Okay, so it's not that way. Yeah, let's sneak. We're a warden. We'll sneak. Are any of these buttons sneak? For Rohan. No, that's a heal. Oh, oh no. It's a big attack. For Rohan! "12-second stun." Yay! What do you do now? I can't see because of all these stupid quests. Game! Boop. Okay. Oh, hey, White Mountain Orcs. Bacon. Bacon. I don't know. What do I do now? Oh, they're still talking. I'm dead. Bye.
Will you aid the Horse Lords? The Rohirrim have need of your services.
Right. I need to... Let's see, don't need the banner. Don't need this crap. I do need those cook scroll. I mean, this I'll keep that. Oh, boop.
What business have you with the Rohirrim?
What business have you with the Rohirrim? Will you aid the Rohirrim?
We must stand by while the minions of Orthanc spread their influence.
What business have you with the Rohirrim? Will you aid the Rohirrim?
Our mission is dire.
The Rohirrim are grateful for your aid. Hail, friend. May I have a moment of your time?
Beep beep. Up the tower. That was nice.
Welcome and well met, my friend.
Now what are we doing? Collapse the... Okay, let's go. it's this way. It's this way! Ugh. I had a burst of energy, but...
Welcome, my friend. Hail, friend. May I have a moment of your time?
Welcome, my friend.
I mean, we could try and go and do Vanguard. Maybe something more interesting. Let's do that. I don't really remember how to get there, but... I guess we could cheat and use... let's find out. We'll use a mythical coin, but I need to find out where I can go from. Dagger's camp? Aldberg. Where's Aldberg? There. Okay, cool. We're close.
These are desperate times for the Rohirrim.
I am afraid of what is happening to these lands.
Beep, 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 beep. There we go. Did Vinicius get eaten on his Be Right Back? That is the question we're all asking ourselves.
These are desperate times for the Rohirrim.
Let's go. Oh, do I have to go to non-pluralizing? Oh no, there he is. Have we done landings?
The Uguirat is angered by your presence. It galls
With
me
this.
to ask aid of a Devodia.
Search the end. Done land. Okay. Quick beam. How do I get across? There's no bridges. Oh, there's a bridge there, so I guess I'll go this way. I am the smartest dwarf that's currently called Kippern. Guess the bridge is dead. Long live the bridge!
Stand now and rest a while.
With
Let's
this.
not be
Oh,
hasty.
Fangorn lives. Okay. I have to go back over, but there's no bridge, sir. What's this guy? I don't know what Dermingdale is. Where's Dermingdale? Stonedies? No. Let's just figure it out. Ah, I have the following request. Okay. There we go. I remember when I was imprisoned here. Not in real life. Don't know why I really need to state that. I'm sure you know that I wasn't imprisoned in Isengard in real life. Because I'm a good boy. Only the worst people go to Isengard. There's a dead orc there. I'm confused. Where's something I can click? Is it outside? Oh yeah, search the Ring of Isengard for the tents and wreckage orcs. Okay. I just felt like looking around. Lag, could you let me, please, sir? Do you think Lag's a sir or mum? Sir, could you... Thank you. There's a banner. I see a banner! There's a banner. What's the blue quest? The severed hand. Oh, this place is definitely messier than the last time I was here. I mean, I found there's an orc here. I just kill this. Oh, these orcs are terrible. Maybe we should go back to doing easy quests. Yeah, I think this is going to be a bit tough for a captain. We'll go back to what we were doing. Hey Gandalf. I'm not going to Port Acres yet.
I am afraid of what is happening to these lands.
Beacon Watch.
I do not know if we will survive this onslaught.
Why can't I control it? What else is he doing? Get to work. Is anyone in there? I'm just talking to myself. I'm quite happy to do that, but I'm curious. I can't see how many people are watching. It could just be me, and I could be talking to myself. Is it madness if you're talking to yourself, but you don't know you're talking to yourself? I always just assume someone's watching, and if they are, great, and if they're not, then... I used to have a little counter on the OBS. The problem with that, I found, is when you sometimes legitimately just don't have anyone watching, you're tempted just not to talk because there's no one watching. And the problem with that is that the counter's always a bit delayed. And so people join and see that it's just silent. Just silent. Someone playing the game in silence. So I did away with that. We supposed to go outside? Pakon? Pakon, are you up here? I don't know if that's how you say your name, but I'm gonna... Where am I? Instance. Pakon. Oh, there's Pakon. Pakon! Be my friend. He doesn't want to be my friend. Pakon, why am I scared of you? Oh, Pakon, do you know there's a dragon trying to eat you? Oh, it's not cool. Baruch Hazard. Why didn't I get a point at 90? Did I spend it? I might have spent it already. Should probably put more points into banner soon. I always forget to use it though. Hey, random tree.
Greetings, friend of the Rohirrim. Hail, friend. May I have a moment of your time?
Your aid is welcome, friend.
We keep safe these lands. For how long? I do not understand why we delay here.
Oh, Broadex is up there.
These are desperate times for the Rohirrim.
How's everyone doing? You're being very quiet today. Oh, that sounds boring. Why'd you have to do that? Are you buying an apartment or renting an apartment or...
There are so many things that need to be done.
Oh. Why? Service charge bill? I've never lived in an apartment. I've always lived in a house. That sounded very, But yeah, what's the service charge bill? I assume that's like for communal areas, right? Like, somebody has to maintain the communal areas, presumably. That's my big brain guess. But I am a small brain, so...
I do not know
Where am I going?
if we will survive this onslaught.
Oh, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done, friends. Yeah, that's what I figured. That's the only thing I could think of. In fact, the only person I know that's ever lived in an apartment is my father, who lived in a 3-bedroom apartment, which was massive. It was bigger than my house. But I assume that was just he was only staying there while he was buying a house. And yeah. And the thing is, I guarantee you, no matter how much they charge you, if you were to add that for everybody in the room, they would not spend that much. I guarantee it, because like, how much grass can there be? Like, let's say they have like a football pitch, right? Like a big piece of grass. With every, I assume your apartment building's got more than like 10 people in it, so even at a couple of $100, you would assume it would be tiny amounts per person. I don't know how many people live in an apartment building. Our mission is dire. I'm trying to find stupid Idoras on the list, but wow. That seems... Yeah, but I mean, I have to be honest. How much electricity does a Hoover use? Like, really? £750 for an apartment. And also, I assume most lawnmowers run on, like, petrol. Would be my guess. Oh, there's an XP bonus at the moment. Yeah. Somebody was asking me about that, about the price of electricity. It's like, you're paying a lot for gas. Like, I don't use any gas. My house is completely electric. Not everything's just electric. Now, has your electricity bill gone up? I was like, not really that I've noticed. Like, maybe like 20p a day or something, but not like it's not like I'm like, oh, I can't do the hoovering or I can't do the laundry because I have to.
Alert. Allies of Wormtongue could be anywhere.
I mean, electricity's price isn't quite as nuts as gas. Although to be fair, one thing I will say, to be fair, is at the moment I am only turning on the hot water on when I need hot water. Whereas before there's like two settings on the electric boiler. There's one that's like warm water, so it's not boiling, it's not super hot, but it's fine for like doing the dishes and for like, do you know what I mean? And like washing your hands. And then there's like a button you press when you want like one tank full of like hotter water for like a bath or a shower. Although I rarely use that because I don't really like hot showers. So it was just coincidence that the boiler in this place broke like 2 years ago, and I think I'm spending about £50 a month. But then I live on my own. I've got quite a big house, but I never use the heating. I just put a big fluffy hoodie thing on. So I have quite a cheap lifestyle. And my cat comes with a pre-built fur coat, so her own fur, in fact. Could you imagine if I put a tiny fur coat on my cat? So I don't, yeah. I'm not sure I'm really the sort of person that would... I'll give you an example. I pay less for an energy bill than the government gives me each month. Like, through that energy payment thing. You know, the, like, £60 a month? I use less than that in energy a month. So that's building up. Do you know what I couldn't believe, though? So I never really bothered too much about how much... Like, the electricity costs were always fine, so I never really bothered too much about things. Since this... When this first started, I looked at the price of, like... Do you know a computer is super cheap to run? It's like 20p a day or something. Like, super cheap. But I can tell you a funny story. So, when this whole, like, the price of energy started to go up, my friend who works at... he's, like, an economist. I actually have two friends that are economists, but he works at like a bank doing like forecasting. Anyway, he works at like not the bank itself, but like a building. Anyway, his manager was like, "We're going to start charging people for electricity. They used to charge their phones, and people got to stop charging their phones." And so I was like, "That's ridiculous." I was like, it's like less than a penny to charge your phone. I was like, you should just tell, like they said they'll charge them for electricity and take it out their pay. I was like, you should just tell her, take 50p out of my wage every month and I'll just charge my phone every day. And then you can, it's like, charging a phone is not expensive because your phone can't hold much electricity. It doesn't use much and you can't, like, as long as you're not playing games on it all day, your phone can't hold a lot of electricity. It just can't. It'd be dangerous if it could. Well, guess how much... What am I doing? Talking to everyone on the steps of... I'm still in an instance. I completely forgot that. 180 spin on 200. How many people live in your house, Vinicius? I know you've got kids, and presumably a wife. Well, I mean, you could have a husband, but I think you've mentioned your wife before. 3. Okay, you've got 1 kid then. Yeah. Have you found yourself having to, like, ration it, so to speak? Like, try and cut down on usage? Alright, where am I going now? Suspicious man, she said. Oh, yeah, it's this way. You ask them all and they tell you. Do you have to like watch how much money you spend on energy? Like since the prices started to shoot up. Okay. Okay, I've asked her that. Okay. He looked like that. Okay. Yeah, so actually the price is going down in the UK. One of the problems we've had is not much wind, and that brought prices up more than expected. But then the price of like gas is going down, so that makes electricity cheaper. What was he wearing? Okay, well they look completely different. Yeah, it's the same in like some parts of Scandinavia. Okay. Are you sure certain about his dress? Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's the same. It's the same here. It's kind of random. They're building some more nuclear power plants, which I think is a good idea. Because ultimately, here's the thing, right? Ultimately, even if the price of gas or the price of petroleum in general went down, the problem is eventually it's going to run out. So we're going to have to start looking for alternate, like expanding on things like nuclear power and hydroelectric and like wind turbines and stuff eventually anyway. So now seems a good time to start. Yeah, yeah. The UK kind of has that problem in a sense, in that we've got some big wind farms in Scotland, but if the wind's not great, then what acres? Where am I going now? Travel to the entrance in Stoke in the Broadacres. Where's the Broadacres? Did I already go there? That's Broadacres is north. Okay. But we've got alternatives as well. We do have traditional power plants. What kind of gets me though is that the energy companies are very quick to put prices up when they can. Here, there's like a cap on how much they can charge, but they never put them down. Like they never put them down when the prices go down. I'm like, that's not good, is it? Like it's the same with like gas prices for the car. There was a big thing here. Was it last year or the year before? Where the government reduced. I think they reduced tax. I can drive, but I don't have a car currently. Well, I do, but it doesn't work. But I think they reduced, or I think they reduced tax, or some part of their parts of what you pay when you buy, like when you top up your car with fuel, and the people that sell it weren't putting the price down. It's like it's the same thing there. They're very quick to put the price up when the wholesale price goes up, but they're never as quick to put the price down when the wholesale price goes down. It's always it gets like they'll all put it up when the wholesale price goes up, but it'll end up being competitive in getting it back down again. Like no one's just going to put it back down to what it should be. They're all just going to slowly put it down to try and get customers. It's such a nuts system. It really is such a ridiculous system, and the whole world's like that. It's so stupid. Because it makes the market very vulnerable to... Yeah, it's such a ridiculous... I genuinely believe there should be, just like with like electricity and gas, I think there should just be some independent person setting prices. I just think that's the best way to do it, and the price can go up and down. Yeah, exactly. This is what I'm talking about, Vinicius. When the price of gas goes up, the price instantly goes up, like overnight. But when the price goes down, it can drop by a lot. It's like now the price of gas is going down, yet the price of petrol's not really going. The price of what's it called? Like unrefined petrol's going down, but or oil, I guess, is going down, but the price of petrol isn't. And it's like, And it will eventually, because eventually the different companies will compete with each other to get a lower price, and eventually it'll come down to... But it's such a stupid system. And the reality is, the reality is that it wouldn't really matter if the government just said, right, like had a system where they, they set the price of petrol daily or something, and everybody just had to sell it at that. That would be a problem for a different reason, but because the price of like petrol, at least in the UK, is always very similar. Like, yeah, you might be able to save a little bit here and there, but generally it's not really worth going and hunting that out. Supermarkets are usually the best place to get it in general, and like motorway services are the worst place to get it. But it's like people have been saying about the whole... We've got this system where once every, I think it's 3 months or something, the Independent Energy Commission people, I can't remember what they're called, set the cap on gas and electricity. And the problem is they'll always just instantly charge the max. It's a really stupid system. It genuinely is I think one of the worst systems in Europe for doing that. Like, there are so many better options. It's just such a bad one. For so many reasons. One of which is there's no real incentive for energy companies to put the price down when the price goes down for them, and so they just get massive profits. The second thing it does as well is when energy is cheap, it kind of really incentivizes the companies that... With the price of like fuel and stuff, yes. I think the price of food's gone up a bit, but I don't think it's massive. Like, it's not really affecting my day-to-day life. To begin with, there are a few supply issues with things like bread, but I think we've mostly sorted that stuff out. It was just a case of finding it from somewhere else. The problem with like oil is that it's a worldwide market, and so any effect in any country on oil makes a big problem. What I was going to say is that the way that the UK determines prices for oil products means that it gives a massive incentive to the giant companies just to stock up when the price is cheap and then unload when the price is high. And that's why you see such massive... because the system's just not built to dynamically change like that. So it's like, normally, right, it's like supply and demand. Normally, if you dumped a load of product onto the market, it would kill the price, but because of the way the UK determines the price, it doesn't affect it. Someone could literally right now could find new oil to start immediately. Like, I know it takes a long time, but just let's say in theory it did. It would still take 3 months for anything to really pass down to... It's such a stupid system. They need to think of a better one. I think the cap's a good idea to stop the price of energy going out of control, but I think a better thing is just to have the cap change based on market prices. Because the opposite problem is that companies go bankrupt, because if the most they can charge is, let's just say for argument's sake, let's say, we'll use small numbers, but let's say, £5 is the maximum they can charge for one, whatever, that's way more, but we'll just go with it. And then suddenly the wholesale price charge goes to £10, the companies can't charge £10. And so they suddenly all go bankrupt, which happened a lot, like last year, I think, or the year before, because there's nothing they can do about it. What they're supposed to do is use the times where they make more profit to offset the times where they make less. But the reality is most energy companies don't have that much liquid cash, at least the smaller ones.
Will you help my people?
So it's a really bad system, really just a stupid system.
And you will be welcome.
And there's also no incentive for energy companies to charge anything other than the max. I don't really know why, because this is quite a recent, like, I think it wasn't, we haven't been using this system for a long time. In theory, it's a nice idea for stopping volatile prices, but in reality, with how big the swings can be in the market, it ends up being bad on both sides. Because like I said, when the price massively rises, there's nothing the companies can do to try and get back the money, because it's not their fault the price of like oil went up. But on the flip side, when the price of oil goes down, like I say, the price of oil could drop to nearly nothing today, but the energy prices won't put their prices down until they were forced to, because with the lower cap. So it's such a stupid system. Meanwhile, the energy companies make huge amounts of profits. And this was seen last year with, on the one hand, the smaller companies were all going bankrupt, and the big companies were all making massive profits. It's such a bad system on both sides, both for the customer and also the energy companies. A better thing to do would just be have like a weekly or something, or the ability to modify the... Like, if it doesn't change much, then sure, there's no need to change it. But a better option would be to have some sort of a recourse to change the cap. I mean, I'm not really sure the cap's the right solution anyway, for the reasons I already said, but being able to change it more than every 3 months, because a lot can happen in 3 months. The price of gas could go down and back up again. But I don't really know what a perfect system would be. Yeah. If they want to go with a cap system, they definitely need to have a shorter period for... I think 2 weeks would be good. Like, they can... Not saying they should change it every 2 weeks. But maybe there's a threshold. So if the price goes up or down by more than 10% or something, I don't know what the threshold would be. But then they can think, and if it goes up by more than, say, 30% or down by more than 30%, they can immediately put in a new cap. I think something like that would be a much better system if you're going to go with the cap, but I'm sure there are much better. I mean, to be fair, everything that the UK government's done in the last 10 years probably has a better way of doing it. Other than COVID, I actually think that COVID, especially the rollout of the vaccine, was well done. I can't really fault them for that. And they were quick to invest in the vaccine, so I can't fault them for that. But yeah, they've made a lot of, not even bad decisions, just decisions where I think there were better solutions than the ones they picked. Kind of like with Minstrel in Lord of the Rings. I don't think what they did was bad. I just think there were better solutions. But with the solution they chose, I think they did fine. Like I think it works nicely, but it's not the solution I would have picked, and I think there were better solutions. And I kind of... Although, I gotta be honest, the current UK government is kind of crappy for... Although I do like the... I don't want to say I like him, but I think he's doing a much better job than the last two people. Although he's got this insane war on people doing mathematics for longer, which is a ridiculous idea. But to be honest, I actually think both of the main parties in the UK are ridiculous, for different reasons. They're both as insane as each other. But at least you can't really accuse them of corruption in the same way that, like, the previous Brazilian president was. They aren't literally stealing money and... Allegedly. I don't want to get sued. Allegedly stealing money. And I think it's easy to look back at how things... One benefit of the doubt I will give them on some things is... Yeah. It is easy to look back and be like, okay, this would have been a better solution. Or, people came up with these better solutions. But at the time, we don't have the details we were working with then. So, maybe when they made... Not so much with the energy cap, because people at the time thought that was a really bad idea. But, it's easy for me to look back and be like, oh, yeah, it turned out bad. But do you know what I mean? I've got that with the benefit of hindsight. Like I said, the energy cap's kind of a good example of one, though, where pretty much at the time everyone said it was a bad idea. It was just an easy solution, and I'm 100% sure that's why they picked it. It was a solution that didn't require any change in infrastructure, which, And that seems to be I don't know about your new president, he hasn't really been around long enough, but easy changes seem to be what your previous president
You say this child saw the man for whom you
favoured.
And he has joined the orcs? The orcs have launched attacks on Stoke before now, but we must not remain
yeah, I think so. The last prime minister lasted like 40 days. She was terrible, the worst, just the worst in recent memories. Boris Johnson had good bits and bad bits. I think he did a good job through COVID. I think he did a ridiculous job through other stuff. And he was quite quick to get on the... Yeah. Yeah. It's like we were talking about when he got voted though. It's like it's better in different ways. It's like he's better in some ways and worse in other ways. Like, yeah, he seems more willing to do things for the little people, but it's still things that personally benefit him or his family or his friends or, you know, it's still... He's not doing it out of the good of his heart. He's still going to make the choice to benefit. This is why it sucks for Brazil, because there's... Even when you genuinely democratically elect someone, they can still turn out to be absolute dicks. So, allegedly. Oh, he's not going to sue me. What's he going to do? Come to the UK and sue me? But still, allegedly. He probably would, actually. Yeah. It's not like Brazil lacks space. But I guarantee if he had friends in, like, in that industry, he probably that would probably be the... Yeah. Suddenly he'd be like, oh yeah, we should do all this stuff. It's like I watched a video on why the roads in Russia are so bad, and the answer is because it's a massive scam. The whole thing is just a massive scam. It's like the local government will pay to have the road fixed by one of their friends, or they call them pre-approved contractors, and they'll do a bad job that looks good, right? So it won't last long, and then they can be paid again to come and do the same job again, and they'll just keep doing that. It's just one big massive scam, just to funnel money into... the private companies. And whereas in the UK, when contracts come up, any company in good standing can put in bids to do the work. Like I say, in Russia, they've got pre-approved stuff, and it's so hard, even for... Like, there are big companies in Russia that aren't on the pre-approved list just because, you know, they don't have any personal ties to people in government. I think literally one of the things you have to be recommended by a certain... Yeah, it's stupid. Yeah. But it's all done under the guise of, you know, it's what's good for Brazil. And it's like, yeah, if any of these things panned out. Everything things turn on the... Yep, exactly, exactly. That's exactly what I said when Trump won and people, like my friends, would complain. I was like, but this is democracy. Sometimes the guy you want doesn't win. And, you know, there's... No matter who wins, the other team is going to think that they shouldn't have won. So that's just the way democracy works. That's just the way democracy works. A tyranny would be great if the tyrant that currently had power was good. But, and it seems a good system, like... You know, you find a guy that's great for the job and does great things for Brazil, and you keep him in power forever. And then he dies, or quits, or whatever, and then the next guy, is he going to be a good guy? And what about the guy after that? Is he going to be a good guy? Because they'd have to be. It's why that system of... it's why democracy works out well, because at least there's a way to get rid of them when they don't turn out to be good guys. The problem is that even if they're bad guys, they still get voted in, which is ludicrous. Yeah, and so eventually somebody's going to turn things around. I think, at least in the case of Brazil, something I was reading suggests that one of the reasons for the the perceived apathy in Brazil towards who to vote in is because you've had a string of bad presidents, and so a lot of people don't really feel there's much difference. Like, you vote for this guy, vote for that guy. It's like choosing between Darth Vader and the Emperor. And so it's like they just... Do you know what I mean? I think maybe if you had a genuinely good president that did good things for the average Brazilian, I think maybe that would change people's mind on... Do you know what I mean? I don't think it is apathy. I think it's just same stuff, different person kind of thing. And so ultimately in that case it doesn't really matter who's in charge. They're all gonna... I mean, America, actually, so I read an interesting thing. The reason why America keeps voting in people against their own self-interest. And there's this thing, is the American dream's actually done a lot of harm in that way, because everybody sees themselves as a future millionaire, and so they want to vote in the people, like Donald Trump, that's good for millionaires, or that promises that they'll all be richer, or... Because in their minds, they're just all future... Not all, I can't say all, but like a large majority of voters... Not even a large majority, but enough voters believe that they're just sort of temporarily poor rich people, because that's what they've been brought up to believe. I don't know how true that is these days, but I thought that was interesting. Yeah. Exactly, exactly. The UK has that as well, like, less so than I would say America, but definitely, you know, if one side, like, because we have two main political parties, and the reality is no one else is ever going to get into power, just because the numbers we're talking between is just so vast. Like, between the sizes. Even if like, say, I don't know what the third biggest party is, Liberal Democrats maybe, but even if they won all of their seats, it's unlikely. Not all of them, but if they, like, everybody voted that's on their side, they still wouldn't have enough to... They just don't have that much support. And most of that is because they've not been in power for a long time. Although, originally, they were the second biggest party, or, like, one of the top two. But then it switched over to being Labour, which is, like, the Democratic Party. But it's like, if one side suggests something, the other side will just throw down the idea, simply because the other side suggested it. Whereas reality, politics needs to work somewhere in the middle. But here's something interesting, like, take football, I don't know much about it, but one thing I do know is that, like, if you support one team that's got a rivalry with another team, you would consider every player on that other team to be rubbish, which can't literally be true. It's like they can't see the value in people because they don't bring any value to their team. And politics is a lot like that. It must be a bad idea because the party that I don't vote for suggested it. It's like, even the worst party in the UK, who I won't name, but I'm sure anyone in the UK knows what I'm talking about. Luckily, they're not around anymore. But even they had good ideas occasionally. Even if they were sort of racist. Even if they were racist ideas. Or they were a racist party, I should say. Allegedly. No, actually, I think they were a racist party. I think that was pretty clear. They did have some reasonable ideas that weren't racist. But they were never going to get into power. They didn't even ever really win that many seats. I just realised now I could be talking about any of two parties. But I mean the one that ironically did quite well in European.
We have been deceived. The man we spoke to was not Wigbold.
But then the party completely dissolved after Brexit because it didn't serve a purpose anymore. Even they had some reasonable ideas in the long run. But even the worst party can have some reasonable ideas. But yeah, I think both of our main parties need to have a bit of a rethink about their approach. Genuinely.
The man you pursue must be made to pay for his
You got one side that
crimes.
wants to spend
If
nothing,
this
and the other side that
snake
wants to
has
spend
entered
everything. And
stone
the answer
means
is in
it
the
must be
middle. You
rolled
have
with
to
the
spend money.
danger
You
it
have to be able to
poses.
prop up the lowest in society and to ensure that things move and research is done and people have healthcare and stuff. But on the other side, you can't just be giving out money because it doesn't grow on trees. So the reality is there has to be a middle ground where you support people that need it and don't just blindly give out money to anyone that's got their hand open. But at the same time, not just start a debt spiral, which I think under the previous prime minister that was the ultimate conclusion. Is she had all these ideas that were expensive, and UK is a rich country, but there is a limit to how much we can borrow and still pay and not have a crash. So the debt spiral ends up where you a friend just asked this on Discord. It's like where you borrow money but you can't pay it back, so then you have to borrow more money to pay back the money that you can't, and it just gets worse and worse because you end up borrowing more money because then you've got even more, and then you've got more interest to pay back, and that's how a debt spiral starts because you just end up borrowing more and more money to pay back the interest on the more and more money that you borrowed, and ultimately most countries that end up in that end up on the risk of bankruptcy. I don't think that's happened a huge amount. I can't even think who the last president that happened was. I know it happened. Was it Greece? I think it was Greece. That's what happened in Greece. Although it wasn't so much. It wasn't so much to begin with. It was.
I am afraid of what is happening to these lands.
Yeah. Luckily, we've got like a relatively new ministry, which is and their job is simply to make sure the budget's responsible. So its primary aim is to stop this, to stop the snowball effect. Is to stop it. That's their entire thing, is to make sure that public money is being spent reasonably, and to ensure that things like debt spirals don't start, because it's very hard to stop them once they do, without just completely devaluing your currency. But this is why having a shared currency is a bad idea, because if one country debt spirals, it puts pressure on the entire currency. I think it was Greece. Sorry, any Greeks, if it wasn't your country.
Our mission is dire.
Yeah, be right back, I'm gonna grab a drink. I'm back. Okay, where are we going? Okay, where are we going? Stolen goods that way. Let's go! But yeah, I mean, individual can debt spiral, but it's a lot harder because the more you owe, like for the average person, not from rich people can borrow billions if they want to, but the average person, uh, there's a limit to how much you can borrow, and sort of once you get to the limits of what you can pay back, generally people will stop lending to you, so the crash comes a lot sooner. Field of Thieves. I can upgrade my legendary again soon. There's no pressing attack there. I moved it, now I can't even find it. Everyone evaded, I need more finesse. I also need to do some deeds. I'm thinking, so I don't think I'm going to be streaming tomorrow or maybe Sunday, but not tomorrow. I'm having a day off. But I'm thinking like Monday I might do a casual deeds and chat stream. Or I just do random deeds. Because otherwise it's going to be so much work to catch up later on. Right now, we're not doing too badly, but some of them are getting like confidence low to getting a bit low in zeal. What's wit at? Where's wit? There. Yeah. Stealing back the stolen goods. Craft all the items. No. I'm cooking.
What business have you with the Rohirrim? Will you aid the Rohirrim? Will you aid the Horse Lords? Welcome, my friend. The Rohirrim are grateful for your aid. Our mission is dire.
What are you up to, Vinicius? Are you still working? Okay, yep, you too. I'll catch you on Monday. I'm getting I'll head off soon as well, otherwise I'm going to be playing until I play World of Warcraft, and that's a lot of streaming in one go. We'll finish these quests though. Oh, you still after me?
Will you aid the Horse Lords? The Rohirrim will need your aid. Will you aid the Horse Lords? Welcome and well met, my friend. Welcome. Stay a moment and speak with me.
Okay, right. I think that's enough for today. If you're interested in World of Warcraft, I will be streaming it with my friend in maybe like an hour or two if I don't fall asleep. If not, I will catch you all on Monday. Well, maybe Sunday, but definitely not tomorrow. I've got to go shopping and I've got plans in the afternoon, so I'm having the day off for once. Although, to be fair, I had last Monday off. Anyway, see you tomorrow. Nope. See you later.